da weini Shema lekah Al tirchak mimeni Chishu, 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 chishu Leyazrusi Hashem Leshiyusi Chishu, 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 chishu Leyazrusi Hashem Leshiyusi
You will see a man standing all alone as the tears stream down his face. This is my hope, my request, where our forefathers lived, where our Father alone. And in this house of the hidden commandment, He pours out His soul to our Father in heaven.
If only Moshe Menachem would be here today, he would be sitting right here up front. We would be giving him a standing ovation. But he's not with us anymore. And when he passed on, he was a poor, sick man, all alone in this world. He never knew what his integrity would accomplish. No. He never imagined how many millions of babies will someday credit their existence to him in a magnificent display of Ashkucha Prutis. Moshe Menachem isn't here, but you are all here today. Carrying on his noble and tremendous work. He lit the spark unwittingly. But every single Loimid sitting in this room today is knowingly and willingly fanning the flames of hope, promise, and opportunity. Before I introduce you to Moshe Menachem, I want to acquaint you with Dr. Bruno Lunefeld, one of the world's greatest and most famous infertility specialists. Little Bruno was born in 1927 in Vienna, Austria. He was an only child to his parents, and his early childhood was blissful. He was just a little boy when the horrors of Nazi Germany, Yamach Shemam, started making an appearance. Nearly a century later, Dr. Lunefeld still remembers how the Hitler Youth terrorized him, an innocent little boy in Vienna. They once stole his tram ticket and cut his shoelaces, forcing him to walk 6 kilometers, stumbling all the way home. In 1938, at the young age of 11, little Bruno was sent to England via the Kindertransport program. He went through many upheavals and adventures before being reunited with his parents in Eretz Yisrael in 1940. He was passionate about his mission, and at a fairly young age, little Bruno became known as Dr. Lunefeld. He experimented with body fluids and made several shocking breakthroughs. One discovery, completely unexpected, led him to develop a potential infertility treatment. Dr. Lunefeld discussed his fascinating research with his Rav, Rabbi Yechmiel Eliyahu Bachko, the Rosh Hashiva of Yeshiva Eitz Chaim in Montreux, Switzerland. What should I focus on, the young doctor wanted to know. This field is full of opportunity. The Rav was quick to respond. We've lost so many Yidden in the Holocaust, he told him. We need young scientists like you to help us regain our strength in numbers. We've lost millions, and now we need to make up for it. Dr. Bruno Lunefeld had a goal and a direction. He would focus on the research in the field of infertility, and he wanted to do it well. The young doctor knew that he would need funding and professional backing for his grand plans. That led him to Serono, one of the largest drug manufacturers in the world. Dr. Lunefeld stood before its board of directors and described his vision for success. I was just a little boy, he now relates. I had to stand before the board of directors and ask them to help me. We would need to purify tens of gallons of body fluid from an older woman to produce one single treatment. I gave a passionate lecture. They all applauded politely. And then the chairman got up and said, "Very nice, but we are a drug factory, not a urinal factory." I ran out of there crying. But the humiliation experience soon turned around when Dr. Bruno was introduced to Pacelli, an Italian aristocrat on Serono's board. Pacelli was very interested with Bruno's work. He was also a nephew of Pope Pius XII, which gave him tremendous influence and power. For 10 days, Pacelli hosted the young doctor in his home and grilled him on his plans, his research, and his expertise. At the end of the 10-day interrogation, Pacelli was convinced. He got the board of directors to fund the study, and Dr. Lunefeld's research was finally ready to be launched. When he was ready for the final process, Dr. Bruno needed a laboratory, equipment, and extensive funding. It seemed hopeless, but Hashem wanted otherwise. Pietro Bertoielli, CEO of Serono Drug Manufacturers, told the young Dr. Lunefeld, "I'll take care of everything. Leave it all to me, the lab, the equipment, the funds, consider it all done." Bruno was astounded. "Why are you doing this for me?" he asked the CEO. Curiosity getting the better of him. Bertoielli didn't hesitate. "You're the first Jew I have met in a very long time," he said. "My conscience has been hounding me for years, and now I can finally do something about it." Bruno didn't know how to respond to this strange statement, but Bertoielli didn't need further prodding. He launched into his tale, obviously relieved to share it after so many years of silence. "I was a young man," he began, "and World War I was raging across Europe. I had access to a tremendous fortune, and I wanted to protect it during those turbulent years. I had absolute trust in my Jewish friend, whom we'll call Moshe ben Menachem, and I gave him my fortune to protect. Well, what do you know? At war's end, Moshe ben Menachem simply vanished. He disappeared. I searched everywhere for years on end, but he was gone. I figured that Moshe had run away with my money, and I was furious. I must admit that for the first time in my life, I started to have anti-Semitic feelings. Dr. Bruno felt uncomfortable, but he bit his lips and waited for the punchline. Bertoielli did not disappoint. Several years after the war, I was contacted by an anonymous messenger. I have something important for you. And he gave me a stack of Swiss bank account books. My entire fortune was listed in great detail. I did some investigating and discovered the truth, the beautiful and untarnished truth. Moshe Menachem, my dear and trusted friend, had contracted tuberculosis during the war. He was critically ill, and he could have used my money to improve his life, but he didn't touch a penny of it. In his final days, Moshe opened up these Swiss accounts and deposited my entire fortune. Brother Eli was overcome with emotion as he concluded, I would like to make up for my uncharitable thoughts. Now that I have met you, I want to do right to my wrongs. He meant every word he said. Brother Eli established a state-of-the-art laboratory in Tel HaShamir for Dr. Lunefeld, where research moved forward at a dizzying pace. In 1961, Dr. Lunefeld was ready for the first trial. The Pergonal drug he developed for clinical use, together with Dr. Danini at Saronno, had been proven to be effective in animal studies. For human experimentation, he needed permission of his chief, who told him to try the preparation on himself first. After he injected Bruno with the drug for 5 days and no side effects appeared, the preparation was deemed safe, and he was allowed to finally administer it to a patient. A Jewish woman, infertile for some years, was chosen as the first recipient. And when her baby girl was born, the world of science celebrated a breakthrough. In the next 2 years, another 20 success stories underscored what the medical world had come to acknowledge. This wonder drug was here to stay, and the rest, as they say, is history. Rav Asi states that Mashiach won't come until all the neshumas of the gif are removed. Rashi explains that this refers to the heavenly chamber where the neshumas are kept, waiting to be removed from the chamber and brought to life. Dr. Bruno Lunefeld, known as the father of 1 million babies, is certainly doing his part in bringing Mashiach closer, one pure neshama at a time. For decades, his achievement has been acknowledged and applauded by professors, organizations, hospitals, countries around the world. And ATIME deems it an honor and a privilege to celebrate Dr. Lunefeld's astounding zechus in being the shliach for more than 15 million babies worldwide. To add to the celebration, I would like to mention that Dr. Lunefeld was born on February 11th, 1927. That is Tes Uder Aleph Tuf Reish Pai Zayin, just 3 days from today. In honor of his 95th birthday, we wish him many more years of continued health and happiness, fueled by our boundless Akudas Atov. It's my honor to present Dr. Bruno Lunefeld.
Dear Rabbi Shaul Rosen, thank you for your very kind words. My dear friends, I would like to thank you with all my heart that you are helping me to make my dream come true, to allow every childless couple to have their genetic child. Keep safe and continue this wonderful work, and Shaliach will be with you, Bruno Lunenfeld.
Thank you, Dr. Lunenfeld. Dr. Lunenfeld, in honor of your 95th birthday, we want to present you with a small gift, art celebrating your life. May you continue in Avodas HaKodesh, and may you continue seeing much nachas and many long gesinnt Juden. I would like to ask the master of warme, authentic Yiddish music, a Balmenagim with a special blend of every background of Jewish music, just as we see in this room here tonight. Please welcome Rab Chaim Yisrael to lead the pre-Siyum Nagina.
ערב טוב. kad yatvi Israel ve'aski be'olaita kad yatvi Israel ve'aski be'olaita kad yatvi Yaski be'onaisa kad yatzi Yisroel Yaski be'onaisa Kud shabrichu Kud shabrichu Kud shabrichu Shabrichu, Pamalia dinle, Chazuchastu, Banai mod, Banai chavivai, Chazuchastu. נשיר כולנו יחד מסורת כל שנה. וזכני לגני בונים ובני בונים ונבונים אוי והשם אנשי אמת וזכני לגני בנים ובני בנים חכמים ונבונים אוי והשם יראה אלוקים אנשי אמת זרע קודש בשל דבקים ומאירים את העולם בתורה ומעשים טובים ובכל מלאכת עבודת הבורא ומאירים את העולם בתורה ומעשים טובים ובכל מלאכת עבודת הבורא. בוא נשמע אתכם חזק. ומאירים וזכני לגבי בנים ובני בנים חכמים ונבונים לא יבא השם יראה אלוקים אנשי אמת זרע קודש בשם. חזק חזק וכל מלאכת עבודת הבורא
Thank you. We'll be saying the tefillah for the Siyum. It can be found in the Seder HaSiyum in front of you. Rabbi Moshe Tzvi Weinberger, please.
I feel very fortunate. I've had the schus for many years now to be a part of the Shas-a-Thon. And people sometimes ask me, what's the most exciting, what's the greatest part of the Shas-a-Thon? The schus of learning all of Shas together, it's obviously a very great thing. The chavra, the people that you meet from one year to the next, the amazing drashos, the Rabbi Rosen, Shlita, and so many people share. And dare I say, even the delicious food is part of the whole Kavod Torah that takes place here. But I think in many ways, the ikar of the Shas-a-Thon is the opportunity that we have right now together to daven on behalf of those who have not yet had the schus to bring children into this world. Rabbi Rosen just introduced many of us for the first time to a doctor who, he said, brought 15 million babies into this world. And it's not our rishus, we don't have permission. We're not really allowed to question the Ribbono Shel Olam, and I'm certainly not going to chas v'shalom question the Ribbono Shel Olam b'rabim in this way. But it's taka shaila on the Ribbono Shel Olam. The Heilige Berditchever would sit by the Pesach Seder, and he would say by the 4 kashas, by the 4 questions that we ask on Pesach, Rav Levi Yitzchak of Berditchev, Zecher Tzaddik V'Kadosh Levracha, would ask, he'd say, Ribbono Shel Olam, you think I have 4 kashas? You think I only have 4 questions? And Berditchev would say, Ribbono Shel Olam, I have so many questions for you. How could it be that the Ribbono Shel Olam, who allowed us a moment ago to see a shliach who brought 15 million babies into this world, how could it be that every single one of us in this room knows someone, Achenu B'nai Yisrael, our fellow brothers and sisters who have not been zocha to bring a child into this world? So now is an opportunity for us to daven, barabim together. If there's a moment where we can get a little more focused and a little bit more attentive, I think it's now. And in the spirit of Chodesh Adar, in the spirit of Esther Hamalka going into the Melech, really crossing a certain line to ask for something that on a certain level she felt it wasn't appropriate to ask. Uvachein avo el hamelech, the uvachein that we incorporate into Yom Noraim, the uvachein, 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 like the Rishonim say, uvachein, we push our way into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and we say HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we won't take no for an answer. I wasn't asked to speak. I was asked at the last minute to share the tefillah, to say it together. But I want to just tell one very, very short story that I heard just this Motzei Shabbos from my brother who heard it from Michal Twersky Shlita. He said that his father was once visited by a young Admor, a young Rebbe who wanted to see how a Chashav Rav, how a big Rebbe is able to lead his Chasidus. And he came to the Heilige Hornsteipler Rebbe, and he saw the way that people around him were so attracted to him, that people were, in his words, were eating out of his hand, mamish. And this young Admor wanted to learn a derech in being a mashpia, a derech in being a Rebbe. So he asked the Rebbe, he asked the Milwaukee Rebbe, he said, how do you do it? So the Rebbe, with great pshitus and great humility, he said, Ich lebe Yidden, I love Jews. How do I get them to connect to me? Because I care about them, because I love Jews. So this young Admor, this young Rebbe who was looking for a mahalech, a way to build his chasidus, so he turns to the Hornsteipler Rebbe and he says to him, so that's how you get them to want to connect to you? And the Rebbe looks at him and he says, no, you don't understand. Ich taka leb Yidden. It's not a trick. It's not a vart. It's not a technique to build your chasidus. Ich taka leb Yidden. I truly love Jews. And when you love Jews, when Jews come together, like Rabbi Rosen said, when Jews come together in the way that we came together today, things happen. We're able to do something in Shemayim. So like the Gemara says, the greatest simcha for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, mishnechtas adar marbim b'simcha, the greatest simcha for Hashem is when HaKadosh Baruch Hu can look at us and say, Nitzchuni banai, my children have defeated me. My children have forced my hand. My children have davened with such a care and love for one another that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I can't say no anymore. It's not an option to say no. So let's daven together. The tefillah I think people have in front of them. I'm not about tefillah. I'm not about niggin. But we'll try to daven together. And if we love Jews, and we go to the Melech, even Shalom Kadas, even without Rishus, even to say chutz b'dik things, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we demand of you. If a Yid could say such a thing, we demand of you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to answer the tefillos. In the schus of all of our learning, in the schus of all of our davening, in the schus of our Avas Yisrael, and Mir Tzashem will be zocha this year to see many more Yeshuas. Ribono shel olam, tehei hashahazos, shas rachamim v'yetz ratzon milvanecha, v'yale lifanecha, zechus li b'toyrascha hakedaisha, v'kidoshem shamayim v'rabim, u'svilos u'masim toivim, shel banecha uvnoisecha, Amcha beis Yisrael, V'sifkoid berachamim lechol chasuchei banim Ibnei Amcha Bezera Shel Kayama Li'avoidoscha Li'yosecha V'ubarois Shel Amcha Beis Yisrael Tatzilon shelo tapel noval doisei Vayoshvois al mashve berachamecha harabim Tatzilon mikol ra Vayeldu beravach velo V'yizku lirois banim uvnei banim Oiskim b'toira v'yiras shamayim Aviyu inu avarachamam Roiti Rabbi Oni v'nechoi v'noisecha Hakisherim uv'mara v'aznav avsham V'chasher anisa l'sara Rivka Rachel v'leya u'lechavana Bisfil asom v'tiftachel es rachmam Kein tizkor hayom es kol hakaros U'serachem v'sir v'ivkol V'siftach kol rachmi b'noisecha Hakedoshim v'yatihoim V'nosat lehem zera noshim Gefen poriyah V'yizku kol amcha beis Yisrael legadel Kol baneinu v'noiseinu l'soyras v'lemitzvoisecha lishma V'satzil es yiladeinu Michamadei eineinu mi'ayin hara U'min dever u'mimageifa U'misatan u'miyetzer hara Baruch tiyeh mikol amim Lo yeh b'cha akar ve'akara v'ivemtecha Hamalach hagoyel esi mikol ra Yivarech es haneorim V'karev ahem shemi V'shem avosai Avraham v'Yitzchak V'yidgu la'rov b'karev ha'aretz Adonai Elohei avoseichem Yosef aleichem kachem elef pa'amim V'yivarech eschem kasher diber lachem V'yishiv yakeres abayis Im abanim smecha Hallelujah. Like I said, the Berditchever had an endless amount of questions for the Rabbanu Sholem. I don't know too many Jews, from the little bit I know about Yiddishkeit, who loved Klal Yisrael like the Berditchever. So maybe we'll sing the next paragraph with the Berditchever nigun.
Rachum v'chanun habet b'chastecha hayoim aleinu v'chasher zachinu v'skabet b'yamo V'yashlamos hashas V'zchus achenu v'achyoseinu Hanitrochim l'rachamei Kein yishkan beveis Kol mishpacha u'mishpacha Shel kehala kadisha hadei Avorios v'simchas haTorah Ushalom bayis ben kol b'nei v'yiseinu V'sein chavelkeinu B'soirascha v'yirascha V'sishlach bracha v'hatzlacha B'chol masei yadeinu V'yachein parnaseinu V'yadcha harechava V'lo yistarchu amcha beis Yisrael Zeh lazeh v'lo li'amachem V'sein lecha v'alish V'alish de parnasasa B'shuv Adonai Tzion Kavasher Zois Tavasis V'sogel HaKara B'kibutz V'nehon V'soicha B'simcha Oy b'mheira Oy b'yameinu Amen
Zecher, Moshe Tzvi Weinberger, will be now making the Siyum. But as Yata Deshmai and Ashkucha Prutis is our honor to be mechabed Hagun Harav Rab Uren Reich Rosh HaYeshiva Yeshivas Oz Zachariah in Woodlake. He happens to be a nephew of Rabbi Yechmiel Eliyahu Bochko, who started this whole thing. We would like to thank the Rosh Hashiva for being matriach to make it all the way here, working around his busy schedule. Kvoid HaRosh Hashiva Shlita.
You did Nafshi Reb Sol. Everybody, Chashuvim, I deserve no thanks for coming here today. It's been an incredible inspiration. Words can't describe what it felt like walking in and seeing such a Maimed Nifla. And the first impact was to scrap whatever I'd thought, was prepared in my mind to speak about, and truly to speak completely from the heart. Tanya Rebleza HaGodol Oima, Horeitze li notzel mechevle Mashiach, someone who wants to be spared from the difficulties of the days of Ikzah the Mashiach. Yasek, he should be engaged, not superficially, but immersed. But Torah ubegmilas chasodim, both in Torah and in gemilas chasodim. 40 years ago, a friend of mine in Lakewood, a bocher, came one Shabbos, he came in from New York, and he shared something incredible. He'd met a very old man who remembered as a child hearing a drosha from the Godel Adair, the great Baal Musa, one of the greatest Talmidim of Rabbi Yisrael Salanta Zecher Tzadik Livrocha, Rabbi Itzele Petterberger, who was speaking and spoke untypically in a more Magidistic style. And he said for the people that were gathered there, as this Alter Yid remembered, Teire Yidden, a Yid kommt auf Neilem HaEmes, a man comes after 120, and befragt him, and he's asked, Reb Yid, das gelernt? Did you learn Torah? And it's very scanty, it's very weak, and he finds no place until the Malach, the Saneger, comes and says, Aber chesed hat getan asach. He did a lot of chesed. Kommt ein anderer Yid, Another Yid comes and they ask him, "Hast getan chesed for Yidden? Were you engaged in chesed as wie man darf?" And he can't really answer. But the Sanegra says, the Malach of defense, aber hat stark gelernt. And then Rebitzel gave a cry, aber nicht kein Teira, nicht kein Chesed, mit was wird man abkommen, mit was wird man kommen auf jene Welt? If a person comes without Teira and without Chesed, with what will we be able to come in the Olam HaEmes? What would Rebitzel say if he was here today? Was it Torah that brought Chesed? Was it Chesed that created such a moment of Torah? Was it primarily an Avos HaTorah that was fueled and funneled towards helping others? Or was it an Avos Yisrael that created the tzukah to learn Shas? It was all of them together. Yasik b'Teira ubig milas chasodim. Teira brings chesed. Chesed brings avos ha-chesed brings avos ha-Teira. In the spirit of the previous speaker spoke beautifully. Let me share with you something amazing. Reb Mordechai Schwab, Zecher Tzadik Livrocha, the famous tzaddik, said that he heard once from the Boch Ber, Avi kol Roshi Yashivas, the Goyin of Lomdes, Reb Boch Ber. Reb Boch Ber said, when I come to the Olam HaEmes, I know they're going to ask me, Baruch Berel, wie hast du gelernt? Did you learn like a Yid should learn? Ich schäm sich, sagt Reb Boch Ber, I'm embarrassed to say, ich habe etwas gelernt. Did I learn like a Yid should learn? Man fragen Baruch Ber, hast gedavent? Did you daven the way a Yid should daven? What will I be able to answer? Aber ein Sach will ich können sagen. One thing I'll be able to say. Ribbeinu Shleilem, ich hab lieb gehabt, jede Yid, als wie ich hab sich lieb. I loved every Yid like I love myself. Avos HaTorah creates Avos HaChesed. Avos HaChesed creates Avos HaTorah. And this fusion of Torah and Chesed was the Maimed HaNifla that we saw today. We end Shas with the Posek Hashem Oiz La'amo Yitein Hashem Yevorech is Amoy Basholem. Oiz is Torah, the Gemara says in Zvochim. Hashem Yevorech is Amoy Basholem. When Yidden come together, when Yidden do Chesed together, it is so unique. Omer Reb Shimon ben Lakish, Golu v'yodu alifnei misha Omer b'hoya ha'olam HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew the power of Haman to make huge contributions. And how did HaKadosh Baruch Hu counter-effect that? Not by our wonderful Balit Stoker who give incredible amounts. Those are Yechidim. Hikdim HaKadosh Baruch Hu sheklein shel Yisrael lishkolov. The koyach of Klal Yisrael together, everyone. Klal Yisrael comes together, everyone contributes. 10 blat of Gemara. And together, Hashem Yevorech Esamei Basholem. Together, Klal Yisrael creates such a Maimed Niflo. It's the koyach of Torah. The Rambam says in Hilchos Stoker, beautiful words. Kol Yisrael v'al nilva aleim. The whole of Klal Yisrael. An Gerim. Achim heim. They're like brothers to each other. Not because we're children of the Avos HaKadoshim. The Rambam adds something new. Shenema bonim atem la'Hashem Elokeichem. If you're bonim to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you're obviously brothers to each other. So the Rambam b'mo'ach lo yoches al ochiv mi yoches olav. If a brother won't feel compassion for his brother, who is going to have Rahmanas on him? Limud HaTorah is the essence of Bonim Atem LaHashem Elokeichem, as Rashi says in Vo'ez Chanan. When we feel Bonim LaHashem Elokeichem, when we learn HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Torah, we feel an achva to each other. And maybe it's not a coincidence that after Kriyas HaTorah Beis Vehei, we daven with the feeling of Achenu Kol Beis Yisrael. It is this Achenu, this hergish of achva, that I felt here today, that cannot be better and more eloquently displayed than through such a limud HaTorah b'tzavsa. It's a schus gadol for me to be part of this, and as I'm Messiah together, I'm a shliach of the whole tzibur, and I'm suggesting that the tzibur says along with me, all of us are together. Achenu kol beis Yisrael, nida ends. Tonet ve'elio, kol hashena alochis b'chol yom, muvtach loi, shu ben olam haba, shenema halichis olam loi, al tikre halichis, ela halochis. B'shlichis kol ha'olam, zusammen. Hadron aloch tinekis, uslikelo mesechte nida v'chol hashas, v'hadron chalon, daiten aloch mesechte nida v'daiten chalon, lei nisnashim enoch mesechte nida, v'lei tisnashim enon lei ba'alma adem v'lei ba'alma da'asi. Yirotzim ufanecho adne Eloheinu v'lei avisenu, shetehei tirotzchom naseinu b'elam hazeh, u'teimonu l'elam haba, Chanina ba'popa, Romi ba'popa, Nachman ba'popa, Achoy ba'popa, Abba Mori ba'popa, Rafram ba'popa, Rochesh ba'popa, Sucha ba'popa, Oda ba'popa, Dora ba'popa. Harev no, Adonai Eloheinu, es divri seroscha, befinu befias amcha beis Yisrael, v'nia anachnu v'tzetzoeinu, v'tzetzoe amcha beis Yisrael, koloni yedu shmecha, v'loim diseresecha l'shmo, me'oivait chakmeini mitzvisecha, ki le'elam ili, Yilibi tomim b'chukecha l'man le'yevish le'elam le'eshkach b'kodecha ki v'am chiyisoni Baruch atah Adonai lamdeni chukecha Amen, Amen, Amen Selavoed. Moedem anachnu l'fonecho Adonai Eloheinu shesamtach l'keinu m'yeshu b'is ha'medrash v'lei samtach l'keinu m'yeshu v'kronis she'onu mashkimim v'heim mashkimim onu mashkimim l'divrei Torah v'heim mashkimim l'dvorim b'telim onu amelim v'heim amelim Onu amelim kablim scha, vehem amelim vehem kablim scha. Onu rotzim vehem rotzim. Onu rotzim l'chayu elam haba, vehem rotzim l'be'ashach, shenem v'yatu elhim tziridim l'be'ashach, san shedom u'mamimo, lo yechzi yameim, ba'ani eftach boch. Yi rotzim u'fnecho Adonai Eloheinu, kishem Shas-a-Thonu, l'sayim mesechta nida, kenta azreinu l'haschel mesechtas, v'sforim acherim l'sayim, omlu moidu l'lamed, lishbe v'lasis, l'kaimis, kol divri samtir asech b'yavo. Uschus kol atanoim v'ameroim v'samidei chachomim yamed lonu l'zareinu shlei tomesh atera mipinu mipi zareinu v'zer zareinu ad olam v'tiskayim bonu b'salecho tancho esach b'shach v'chot tishmor alecho v'akitzeisa hitesichecho ki v'yeh b'yomecho v'yesifu lecho shneis chaim eirech yomim b'yimino b'smeila ish v'choved Adonai oiz la'ama yitin Adonai yevorech esami b'sholem Yiskadel v'yiskadesh shmei rabo Yolamo du osid lischadato l'chai yomesu l'sok l'chai alm l'mivne kata d'Yerushalayim l'shachli l'hechol b'gabi l'merka pulchana n'chro me'ara v'l'asova pulchana d'shmai le'asrei v'yamnich kutsh brich v'malchusi v'yikore v'yasmoch v'kone v'yikore v'meshichei v'chai echeinu v'yem echeinu v'chai d'chol be'es Yisrael v'agolo v'zman korev yimru amen Yehei shmei rabbo m'varach l'olam l'omeo mayo Yisborach v'yishtabach v'yispoah v'yisrimam v'yisnaseh v'yisadov v'yisalev v'yisalol shmei d'kudusho brichu Liel omin kol b'choso v'shiro sotush b'choso v'nechboso da'amirom v'yolamo v'yimru amen Al Yisrael v'arabonim v'al tamidim v'al kol tamidis tamidim v'al kol man d'yoskim b'reis d'v'yasro deim v'tivchol asa v'asa Yelon lahoinu lachoim shlom rabbe chin v'chis v'rach v'chai richim zin v'vichu v'konim in kodem avin v'shmai v'arov v'imru amen Yesh shlom rabbe v'shmai v'chaim tov m'alein v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen V'yiseh shalom b'mrei movu v'rachma v'yaseh shalom alein v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen
bustling homes and giggling toddlers, the hum and energy of thriving families. It's what every couple dreams of. Thanks to you, so many have already attained this larger-than-life dream. To our esteemed Shas-a-Thon Lomdim, every single one of you, thank you. It's your dedication to this mission that has given the miracle of life to so many families. Let's have a round of applause for every Lomaid sitting here tonight. A special recognition to our honorary board members, those Lomdim who have gone above and beyond to drive the Shas-a-Thon mission forward. Please acknowledge Avram Moshe Wolfson, who joined Shas-a-Thon with a respectable goal. But what goal? He shattered the ceiling and surpassed his target by far. Avram Moshe and his wife Chana have raised an astonishing $500,000 from a record-breaking 600 donors in just a few short months. In Shas-a-Thon's 9-year history, he is the first Lomaid to have achieved this single-handedly. Dr. Ralph Madeb, founder of Team Kol Banayich. Dr. Madeb is building worlds with his commitment to Shas-a-Thon. His genuine care and concern is evident in his work as a doctor, and he brings the same sensitivity to his learning and fundraising. President of ATIME, Moshe Fisher, gives his heart and soul to ATIME. Just as he soared past his fundraising goal tonight to raise an astounding $160,000, Moshe and his wife Perry go the extra mile to help every couple in need. Thank you, Moshe Fisher. Care Right Centers has already made a name for themselves in Shas-a-Thon history because their reputation as leaders in healthcare is not enough for these go-getters. With Naftali Einhorn, Matis Friedman, and Akiva Rudner at the helm, this is a team with dedication and selflessness. Once again, they've raised an incredible $200,000 by putting Shas-a-Thon first. Simcha Miller of Team Cares and his chavrusa, Shalom Becher. Dynamic and hardworking Lomdim who've surpassed their $100,000 goal by far. Moshe and Yoni Danziger, two brothers united in their passion for learning. With laser-focused concentration on their goals, Moshe Danziger and his brother Rabbi Yoni, rabbi of the Roslyn Synagogue, truly recognize what Shas-a-Thon is all about. Exemplary chavrusas and brothers. Shmuel Fuchs and Brian Frankel, dedicated Lomdim who stand uncontested at the very top of Team Woodmere. Once again, they've hit the ground running. Mazel Tov Shmuel and Michal Fuchs on the birth of a baby boy. May you have much nachas from Yitzchak Dov, and may he grow up to follow in your ways. Yoeli Turnauer, a true friend who has proven his commitment and loyalty to Shas-a-Thon time and again. Where would Shas-a-Thon be without you, Yoeli? Together with your wife, Chavi, you've been with us from the start, upping the ante year after year. Harvey and Leiby Zupnik, this unique father and son team are lifelong partners in Torah and Chesed. As creators of Team Far Rockaway, they carry the team's record-breaking $1 million on their humble shoulders. Tonight, Harvey marks the yahrzeit of his mother, Sarah Bas Harav Avram Leib. May your Avodas HaKodesh be a zchus for her neshama. Our very own executive director, Chaim Rothstein. Chaim has been with us every year since the very first Shas-a-Thon. That's 9 years of commitment as a Lomaid. A man on a mission, Chaim is driven by passion for helping those in need. He is the force behind the time's growth. Chaim and his wife, Kim, are impacting the lives of so many. Team Reb Shayla, partners in Shas-a-Thon for 5 years now. True to their namesake Reb Shayla, this energetic team works actively on behalf of ATIME in their unassuming way, doing their part to the max with commitment and vitality. Thank you, Moshe Webster, Sruli Nyman, Chesky Webster, and of course, Yehuda Tzvi Rotberg and Schneer Stefanski. May Hashem repay you for your chesed. Moshe Steinberg and Aaron Michal Plotzker, the founders of Team Chavetz Chaim, are true B'nai Torah whose entire day revolves around Torah learning. Shmuley Friedman and Shlomo Fireman, energetic lomdim who apply themselves with hasmada to their dafim. Solomon Franco and Sammy Franco, integral members of Team Kol Bonayich. Solomon not only comes through for Shas-a-Thon on his own merit, but he works overtime to bring his team past the finish line year after year. Ike Fallis and Rabbi David Shelby, a rabbi and Talmud partnership that gets better with each passing year. Ike, you've been with us since the very start, and you've done it once again. Yehuda Jaffe and Chaim Loeb. What a special Chavrusa Shaf, a father-in-law and son-in-law learning Shas together. Shabsi Fuchs, a longtime friend of ATIME. Even before Shas-a-Thon existed, Shabsi and his wife Tova have been here with us, supporting ATIME couples. David Sukenik, creator of Team Vilna. David lives and breathes Shas-a-Thon all year long. Thank you for your invaluable advice and insight. Isaac Merwis and Aaron Schwartz, founders of Team Teaneck. Isaac and Aaron keep intensifying their efforts and raising their ambitious goals. Erwin Kaufman and Yehuda Kaufman, true professionals. Yehuda and Erwin approach Shas-a-Thon like a business by setting consistent goals and leveraging their client network to achieve it. Eliyahu Langer and Matti Epstein, genuine B'nai Torah. Eliyahu and Matti devote themselves completely to Shas-a-Thon and put their learning first. Mark Quistel and Ezra Quistel, another hard-working father and son team. Mark, your signature warmth and sincerity not only brings joy to ATIME couples, but warms all our hearts as well. David Muller and Yosef Gottesman, a star team. We welcome Yosef all the way from St. Louis to learn with his Chavrusa David, a true Koveya Itim LaTorah. Team Tesler. We're Baruch Hashem Zoichet to have a one-of-a-kind Lo-Maid and Holocaust survivor, Rav Mendel Tesler, here with us, together with his son Rav Aaron and his grandchildren. Thank you, Rav Aaron, for making Team Tesler happen once again. May you all be Zoichet to many more years of Torah Gesundheit. Baruch Webster and Mayor Borenstein, creators of the all-new Team Baltimore. Welcome, Team Baltimore. Shai Stern, a loyal Shas-a-Thon loymid. It's no surprise that Shai delivers a renowned Daf Yomi shir as well. Yechiel Eisenstadt and Usher Moshe Bloom. These longtime executive board members are a driving force of ATIME. A special shout out to a group of Lomdim who went above and beyond for Shas-a-Thon. Rabbi Yosef Fait and Binyamin Fait, Moshe Shanik and Binyamin Goodman, Ralph Mizrahi and Isaac Shamula, Willie Balk and Eliezer Gross, and Moshe Rosen, creator of Team America coverage. And to every Lo-Maid here tonight, thank you. Every moment of Torah study, every phone call, every email, all of your efforts came together tonight to create an eternal zchus for Klal Yisrael. And may we meet again at Shas-a-Thon Tufshin Pei Gimel in Yerushalayim Ira Kodesh. Bimheira B'Yameinu Amen. Bustling homes and
he needs no introduction. He's Misamayach so many Yidden, so many Cholim, so many Chasanim. We've been honored to have him join many of our events and Shabbatons. A true friend of ATIME, always available to help a Yid. Nicht a Pushet Yid. One word says it all, Lipa.
had time to do some chazura or some gemura sayings. I can't remember everything by heart, but I'll sing whatever I remember. Kashe gemure tois fürs rasche leime ve itaime heine ha ene uche name di frei tanne kamme wie boye sai me remes raies man de omer hoche shap kommer if gemis tabre meg de tushma my kosover vadai Imist mechavre, isle chavre, lome ve alma. Lav shma mine, esve have mine, bam me homrinen tan isle. Kamash melom, ini bedidi, anan bedidon, bam me homrinen tun de beg. Getaiste, mikre mich nicht mate breiste, man mehr homrinen, jos is ATIME. Tuni von alle Minen, as a teure, ma wartel dienen, jeder eine spielt sich du in der Hand. Fin gemure, gibt me lehnen unabschure, in 24 Schuhe machen Schein aus ihm. Me kim du fin die ganze Welt, a gemure Boot a gezählt, fahr ATIME as a Siyum, so hat gitakiem. Hoche Name, frei sich du mit Tate Mame, man mehr homrinen Tane is Ältere Laat, die Ingen Laat, vielleicht wird Moti Borpak, will es gut wart. Alle kimmen du as a lange Weg. We come here to celebrate the teure Jahr. Everybody here is coming to learn Lishmo. Me beit mit Nishumme, so sa schön an Nechumme. Teures Gishurim, me voi roche. Hashem sees das Mude. Hashem is sending us a lichtige Ure. Bis Chris Hawaii verrove, that we have in Machshove, über Hände hege, joi man voll loilo. such a pavilion will bring more, many more million. Everybody will come and learn with me. Ki en chayani v'yoyrech yumayni Ibrahim lehege yoy mavoloyo Ki en chayani v'yoyrech yumayni Ibrahim lehege yoy mavoloyo Ki en chayani v'yoyrech yumayni Ibrahim lehege yoy mavoloyo Ki en chayani v'yoyrech yumayni Ibrahim lehege yoy mavoloyo Take it, this be the God of conscious boy. Take it, this be the God of conscious boy. Take it, this be the God of conscious boy. Now I want to tell you something. It's ironic, or it's min hashamayim, that I'm here by this beautiful Siyum Shas. First of all, it's funny that I'm singing most of my songs in Yiddish, but I'm talking in English. But this is the point I want to get to. I just finished today, mamish today, boy bayoim, I finished an album, I sealed, it's a double album. I can't call it an investment because you don't make money out of CDs today. But this is part of my legacy, part of my daf yomi, part of my shir. It's a double album, 20 songs. And hopefully I'm giving this out here for the first time in public, that hopefully it's going to come out in 2 weeks from now. And it's called Bav Lipa. And it's my twist of how I try to understand and learn the Agadata Gemura and beautiful stories. And I'm starting the album with the lyrics, Mitoch Shelolish Mabul Shma. But I'm going to sing you a song from my previous album, and I believe that the Mitoch Shelolish Shma that I created this song on the previous album is what got me to this step to make an album about Gemura. And the story goes that the Chasam Sofer would ask Hashem before the Yom Neruim, I'm willing to give up half of my Torah, some say quarter of the Torah, for the power of Negina, because he wanted to daven for the Ummah and he wanted to really get into it, and he felt that he doesn't have the Koil Nuam to really get it to be about Tefillah. So when I hear this story, it was after my father passed away, I said, I'm willing to give up half of my talent, that I should have the cheshik to learn Gemura. And I have to tell you that today, I learned here with all of you, just to show a moment of honesty, I didn't finish the entire 10 blat, but I have here some dayunim who take it over if you see you can't get to it. But I did some of the blat. And it was very meaningful for me to be part of such a yeshiva. And the CD I'm about to come out is all in Yiddish. And I was thinking to myself, so many people today don't speak Yiddish. But Reb Chaim Volozhin learned in Yiddish, the Vilna Gaon learned in Yiddish, Reb Nachman learned in Yiddish, the Baal Shem Tov learned in Yiddish. Lipa is going to learn in Yiddish. So I'm going to sing you this song, and I hope it will touch your hearts. Heilig Chasam Sofer sitzt sich in sein Häufel, paskend Schales et Schivels, una Me kimt auf Sukke, Preschborg in Krukke, Herren Chedischen, de Tzadiks, heilige Werk. Aber der Heilig Chasam Sofer, Farium im Ruim, Beit Bamba Schäfer, de Geschank in Hand. Gott, ich weiß, die aus mein Leben schon so pinklich ausgeplant. Aber efter da, gib mir ein bisschen Talant. Trida, ja mama, ja mama, ja mama, ja mama. Lose Liebe, ben riefen, die aus mir gegeben Talant. Arim sie fuhren Länder, ne gehen im ganze Bänder, schrauben Chedische, vor jedem an andere Bahn. Aber heilige Schäfer, als ich tracht wie man Tate, dort in Ganeiten lernt ergens wat. Ich hör noch Sankel teure, ich seh noch die Gemurre, die braune Blatt. Also sie ist gelehrt, ausgelebt zu sein.
Ja, mama, ja, mama, ja, mama,
Grüß euch for listening, and hopefully, Be'ezer Hashem, one day I'll be zoiche to be Messiah Shas, together with all of you, with the same understanding that all of you have.
Baruch Hashem, as ATIME grow, as our services grow in your zechus, you continue to motivate us to outgrow our services year after year. This past year, we brought in some new koyches to help us in our growth. Please welcome one of our own, ATIME Executive Director, Mr. Chaim Rothstein.
Wow. I love you too, Yoeli. I love you too. Have you ever had a single phone call change your life? Well, I did. It was almost 10 years ago, on a sunny summer day, as the Rebbe and sports director of a local day camp, I had taken our campers on a 3-day overnight trip. This was day one, and we were having a fantastic time at a water park. And then, I got the phone call. It was my wife. She was clearly distraught. I could barely understand what she was saying. I remember it like yesterday, standing in a water park, children running around, screaming and laughing, having the time of their life. While I had my phone glued to my ear, pacing back and forth as my wife told me what she had heard from our doctor. I remember hearing phrases like, a very, very small chance, and I would consider other options. The most dramatic scriptwriter couldn't capture a scene with such a jarring contrast, jubilation and devastation, excitement and trauma, all in a single moment. It was surreal. And then the questions started flooding into my head. Is this just a small hookup? Or something we'll be dealing with for a long time? Could it be he's wrong, and all we need is another opinion? Is this really happening to us? Are we the only ones? And most importantly, what's next? Where do we turn for help? The questions were endless. We felt completely lost, not knowing where to turn. Baruch Hashem, my wife was and still is very close with her Kala teacher, Rebbe Shanik, who is here tonight with her husband, Rav Moshe Shanik Shlita, a close friend of mine, a longtime Shas-a-Thon Lomed. My wife reached out to her and her response was swift and sure. Call ATIME, she said. And so, my wife made the call. It took courage. It took determination, but as soon as she heard Mrs. Vivian Moskowitz, ATIME's helpline director, say, hello, ATIME, she knew she had made the right move. Have you ever had a single phone call change your life? Well, now we had two. That one courageous phone call gave us our lifeline. Our lonely, isolated world, defined by this challenge, began to expand with each subsequent call. Calls filled with education on our diagnosis, referrals to the right doctors, words of comfort and chizuk, all climaxing with the life-changing experience of our first ATIME Shas-a-Thon. Our once very small and quiet world, dimmed by our ever-present nisayon, was expanded and enlightened through a massive network of couples, fellow ATIME brothers and sisters, traveling the same road, who are now a supportive and loving family. They deserve a round of applause, they do. Little did we know this was only the beginning. We had joined ATIME, but over the years, we slowly became ATIME. We got involved on various fronts, being a host couple at Shas-a-Thon, schmoozing with dozens of couples to receive and provide much-needed chizuk, speaking at Shas-a-Thons, coordinating and hosting events, and even serving as MC at the Shas-a-Thon one year. Possibly the highlight. Big shout out to the big two. You know who you are. ATIME wasn't just a bonus in our lives, it became part of who we are, bringing us purpose, connection, and strength. Fast forward in 2021, it brings with it another life-altering phone call. ATIME is looking for an executive director to enhance and expand their vital work. And I get a call to discuss the possibility of me formally joining the organization in that role. At the time, I was working in Manhattan as a manager in a large consulting firm. I'm talking corporate America at its best, a far cry from the ATIME office on the corner of 13th and 4th of the 8th Street in Borough Park, the view of Amnon's Pizza and Toys for You. At first I said no, I had a solid career ahead of me. Such a drastic career change just didn't make any sense. But the more I thought about it, the more I spoke to the founders of ATIME, my dear friends, Rabbi and Mrs. Rosen. The more I considered what it could mean for us and for my ATIME family, it was no longer just an offer. It was a golden opportunity. What a dream. The opportunity to witness on a daily basis the Mesiras Nevesh and care of the staff. Imagine being able to work alongside someone like our Director of Medical Affairs, Mordechai Koenig. In the past, I knew him as a brilliant advisor for our own situation. Now I could work alongside him and see him help countless other couples in real time. The chance to marry my professional skills and experience with my greatest passion in life, not only helping my brothers and sisters build Yiddish families, but help them to be strong, besimcha, and grow through the struggle, it was almost too good to be true. I know the challenge. I know the pain. I know the isolation. How can I turn down the opportunity to devote my life to this work and help ATIME best support other couples like us? And so, I accepted the offer and haven't looked back. Being a member of the ATIME family, I was always amazed by the work they do, the work which you, our Lomdim and sponsors, turn from dream into reality. Thank you, our Lomdim and sponsors. Give yourself a round of applause. This is unbelievable what you do here every year. Unbelievable. But after joining full time and seeing what goes on behind the scenes, I was absolutely blown away by the breadth and depth of services ATIME provides on a daily basis. Things many people aren't even aware of. I'll sit with Mrs. Chumi Friedman, the director of HUG, our pregnancy loss support service. And I try and hold back my tears in her office as I listen to what she and her team deal with each day, the pain that enters through the phone lines, and the care with which we hold up our couples and help them get through their challenges in a healthy way. Aside from dealing with all the heartbreaking logistics of a loss, which no one should ever have to hear about. Sitting with Rav Yosef Moshe Halpern, our Ashkacha director, strategizing our plan to get our mashgichim into the next hospital or center across the country where there is a need. I can see how challenging and impactful this work is, work that barely anyone sees. Seeing all this up close and personal on a daily basis, it's overwhelming. The only thing more painful than seeing someone go through a challenge feeling helpless is seeing them go through a challenge feeling helpless when the help they need is just a phone call away. And all they have to do is reach out. And so, this has become my mission, to enhance and expand our services to ensure that no couple should go through this journey alone. There is no greater satisfaction than hearing the buzz in the office about the great news. Another ATIME couple has achieved their dream, and we were there every step of the way to make it as smooth and painless as possible. I know it's not easy. This nisayon is a personal and intimate one. The courage it takes to make that first call to our helpline cannot be underestimated. It's not a small thing. My wife and I made that call that changed everything. And my hope is that every couple out there who needs our help makes that one call too. Perhaps you too will be able to say a single phone call changed your life. I'm confident you will be. To that end, I'd like to speak directly to all those out there dealing with this Nisayon. Everyone else can listen in as well. We know the struggle, the pain of waiting. How can we thrive and even smile through this journey? Recently, I was talking to our rabbinical director of Chaim Engelschlitte about a remarkable vart I saw from a goner of Yehuda Rabinowitz in his Sefer Karim Chamed. The Midrash describes in Parshas Miketz how the Shvatim reprimanded and shamed Binyamin when Yosef's goblet was discovered in his sack. Ganva bar ganvasa, they accused. You're a thief, the son of a thief. You shamed our father, your mother shamed our father, and now you have shamed us. Binyamin suffered from his brother's unfounded suspicion through verbal and physical abuse. They literally whipped him. The Medrash Tanchuma explains that in return for his suffering, Binyamin merited that the Beis HaMikdash with the Kodesh HaKadoshim was built in his portion of Yerushalayim. But not the whole Beis HaMikdash. Part of it was in the portion of Yehuda. The Gemara in Yuma explains that Binyamin was always bitzar, that he didn't have the full Har HaBayis in his portion. Explains Yehuda Rabinowitz a fascinating insight. Yehuda had promised their father Yaakov that he would watch out for Binyamin and bring him home safely. So he didn't join his brothers in attacking and shaming Binyamin. In this merit, a small part of the Beis HaMikdash, including the Mizbeach, extended into Yehuda's territory. And that precisely was why Binyamin was in distress, because Yehuda did not hit him and shame him. Had Yehuda joined the attack, the entire Beis HaMikdash would have been in Binyamin's territory. If only I would have received just a bit more tsar during that incident, Binyamin thought to himself. My portion would be that much greater. Unbelievable. This teaches us that every tsar, anguish, every ounce of suffering, lacking, or loss in life is only a kli, a prelude leading into the tremendous blessing that Hashem has in store for us. Like the bodybuilder can smile through the pain of his workout, knowing with confidence the results his pain will produce. Easier said than done, I know. I've been there, and I'm still there. We've heard from previous speakers sharing their personal journey about the challenges of Yom Tov. Last year, we heard from my close chaver, Rabbi Yoli Leifer Shlita, how difficult Leil Seder can be for a couple waiting for children. For me, Hanukkah is one that always sticks out. I grew up each year Hanukkah with the sea of lights. All my siblings would light. The many flames flickered joyously in good company. I always look forward to the time when I would have my own sea of lights flickering and dancing in our home. I imagined the flames reflected in sparkling eyes in an endless cycle of life and light. I couldn't imagine Hanukkah in any other form. It has been over a decade since our chasana. And we have celebrated many Hanukkahs in our quiet home. There is still just one menorah, just one set of flames looking lonely amidst the could have beens. I try and strengthen myself, thinking that ma'at min ha'or, just a little bit of light, can dispel vast darkness. But I'm overwhelmed by this lone menorah, silently pleading with Hashem to surround it with more lechtalach. It was Hanukkah 2 years ago, the fifth night. The fifth night is unique in that it's the only night of Hanukkah that can never fall on Shabbos, symbolizing that the light of Hanukkah can reach the farthest, darkest places even the light of Shabbos cannot reach. I stare into my 5 little flames, aware of the dream candles that have remained for so many years just that, a dream, a prayer. The words of Hallel sung earlier that day circled in my mind in an endless loop. Over the years, Hallel has become more and more precious and meaningful to me, with certain phrases taking on a new and personal interpretation. Ha'emanti ki adaber, ani anisi ma'od. I have my emunah, my strong faith in Hashem and His ultimate goodness. I have it because I say, ki adaber, ani anisi ma'od. I am so afflicted. Because of my challenges that have brought me so much closer to Hashem and my faith in Him, only He is in charge. Odcha Hashem ki anisani, batihili lishua. I thank Hashem ki anisani, because He has afflicted me, He has pained me, and that itself is my redemption. Being able to see Hashem in my struggle, it brings me strength and salvation, even while still enduring the challenge. Culminating with Zayom Masa Hashem, Nagila v'nism chavo. This day, yes, precisely this day, in the midst of our challenge, we are besimcha because we are experiencing our Yeshua right now. We may not fully understand why, but we know that all the difficulty has brought us greater purpose, meaning, and connection to our life, bringing us closer to Hashem and to our ultimate salvation. And yes, these words are also a tefillah. A desperate plea to bring us to that special day. When we will hold our child in our hands and exclaim, Zayom Asa Hashem. This is the day Hashem was preparing us for all these years. Zehayom. This day, and not a moment sooner or later. The 5 little flames flickered before me as these words of Hal played in my mind. I was begging Hashem and thanking Him simultaneously. There was light, so much light, amidst all the darkness. Slowly, a niggin came to life in my mind, and I felt comforted. Nicham Tanu. If I may, I would like to share that niggin with you.
דחבקי יניסני בבתהי יוי דחבקי יבבניסני בתהי לילי שבבבבבב Nisani Baba Tehi Hayay Dekha Dekha Ki Nisani Baba
מתוך החושך באור, מתוך הנשמה בוקע קול של ניגון ושירי תפילה של חסידי הנשמה. זה הרבי שנתן בנו תקווה בסוף כל קושי בטוב. הייאוש עכשיו נסוג ולא קרוב, מקרבים עוד נשמה ונותנים לה הרבה שמחה, אמונה, תשובה, יהדות ואהבה. בנינו לך מנורה, החזירנו לירושלים הבנויה, ושלח לנו משיח במהרה. ותקרב לנו את יום הישועה. בנינו לך מנורה, החזירנו לירושלים הבנויה, ושלח לנו משיח, משיח במהרה, ותקרב לנו את יום הישועה. שהדלקת לנו את האור בחשיכה, ברכת הצדיקים בשמיים תמיד מקבלים, למלך המשיח מחכים. הוא יתעטף בנינו לך מנורה, החזירנו לירושלים הבנויה, ושלח לנו משיח במהרה, ותקרב לנו את יום הישועה. בנינו לך מנורה, החזירנו לירושלים הבנויה, ושלח לנו משיח במהרה, ותקרב לנו את יום הישועה. נפשי חמלה בצעדיך, אז כל רצונך. נפשי חמלה בצעדיך, כל רצונך. נפשי חמלה בצעדיך, אז כל רצונך. נפשי חמלה בצעדיך, כל רצונך. בנינו לך המנורה, החזירנו לירושלים הבנויה, ושלח לנו משיח במהרה, ותקרב לנו את יום הישועה. Thank you, תודה רבה. Come on everybody, ידיים שלכם, גבוה, סבבה. רואה בכל בוקר את השמש, שומע קול של ציפורים, כותב לי מנגינות שר ברגש, עוד יום נתן לי אלוקים. זו זכות להיות בן של מלך, זו זכות להיות יהודי. משה, אתה אלי, אתה קונה. זו זכות להיות בן של מלך, זו זכות להיות יהודי. אלוקים שלי, אני אומר תודה. זו אשר נתת לי במתנה, כמים לאדמה. אלוקים שלי, אני אומר תודה על הנשמה. זו אשר נתת לי במתנה, כמים לאדמה. נחמן על הגיטרה. אלוקים שלי, אני אומר תודה. Thank you על הנשמה. זו אשר נתת לי במתנה, כמים לאדמה. אלוקים שלי, אני אומר תודה על הנשמה. זו אשר נתת לי במתנה, כמים לאדמה. אלוקים שלי, אני אומר תודה על הנשמה. זו אשר נתת לי במתנה, כמים לאדמה. ליפה שמלצר.
שלום עליכם אחי. החבריס האחודה שלי. As we approach Purim, they say Yom Kippurim. Purim is even more. So we're going to sing a song for the Yom Narum. We're going to start with the Yom Narum and we're going to go into some lebendige songs. Bechilo lokei achale puno Heshalu mimeni manelu shoy
חילה לקר שנה ממנו מענה לשון
אשר יקרא השירו יזור אביר אדוני מיד מפעלו
Asher bikalon
אשר בקלו
Ushir uzor Adir Adonai Yad mifalon
אוי לאדם מלחמה ומאשר מענה לשון אשר שמחתי תפתח ופי יגיד תהילתך
Tehilu sechu
לכתי חיפשתי חומות של תקווה ושוטטתי בחושך חיפשתי אותך בתוך נבחי נשם חושך גבר על האור חיפשתי מקום מסתור לצדך לאור שלך
גם כי אלה בגט המוות לא יגורו כי אטורים אותי שבתך עמי שעתך עמו ינחמני עמו ינחמני
גם כי אלה לא יהיה רע כי אתה עמדי שבתך ומשענתך עמו ינחמני
Hallelujah bekotcho, hallelujah bekia uzon, hallelujah bekvir sov, hallelujah roiv geloy, hallelujah sekne shofar, hallelujah never bekhinoy, hallelujah sof machoy, hallelujah mine veogav, hallelujah tzel shoma, hallelujah tzel shom, kol aneshomot halek hallelujah, kol aneshomot halek hallelujah, kol aneshomot halek hallelujah. Neshama da halek hallelujah We're gonna sing Arba Midas Beudam Chosed, what's a chosed? The Yiddu das chesed Like Wolfson, my friend here We generated so generosity for a time. Give a hand for Wolfson.
Arba, arba, arba midas ba'adam Arba, arba, arba midas ba'adam
Sheli, 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 ושלחו שלך שלי, שלי, שלך ושלחו שלי שלי, שלי, שלך ושלחו שלי שלחו, שלחו שלי ושלי, שלי ארבע מידות ביודו ארבע מידות ביודו נוראי נריז החוסי נוראי נריז החוסי אין ולכן אין חוסי אין ולכן אין חוסי הוא ימייל שלי שלו שלחו שלי אין ולכן אין חוסי אין ולכן אין חוסי שלי, שלו, שלחו, שלו נשתו סדנדה, נרוב סמנדה נשתו סדנדה, נרוב סמנדה נשתו סדנדה
Come on everybody dance, שמחה העולם כבר לא מגנון, הוא לגמרי כבר עצוב אנשים לא מחייכים אליי בכלל ואני עומד ושר מסנסן כמו זמר ביקור שמח או עצום מה שאפשר
Weil wenn jeden tanzen, man vergesst den ganzen Wenn alle Zuhren, was man hat, nur mit Zimmeche Sie sind vergnügen, mit der Scheine liegen Du sie tanzen, alle Kiedele mit Simche
מנגבת הדמעות ומטפחת של שמחות עוד עיגון אחד קטן והראש כבר מבולבל שרה לך אז יאללה תנסה לרקוד כפרה עשי סיבוב על הצנות של חולה כפרות פום פם פום פם 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 מלאכים הקדושים העומדים במרומים, החוט חידה ואין פותר, השם ברחמיו נתן לי בית וגם לחם, אך מדוע לביתו הוא לא חוזר?
Malochim von der Haich, ich hab eine Frage eins stark. Ich hab euch schon mal Haus in Oog Parnusse. Ich weiß, es kommt von Gott, in doch leidig ist dann Barg. Der Harmer Juh steht a Piste in a Wieste.
שירו איתי ביחד! מלאכים הקדושים לשוב הביתה,
לפתוח דלת,
העומדים חזק, לא אל תפסיקו, בוא נשמע אותם. אין לנו
אוי וישיים, מלאכים jo ihr kennt, neben dem Kissen ja Kuret ihr seht, mir sollen alle geholfen werden.
את הלב שלי, בנפשי שפרי כמים ליבך, בנפשי שפרי כמים ליבך, ואני נותן לך את כל ליבי.
Was an ehrlich, alles schon verrichten, bete ich bei Schäfer, Hashive in mir. Schoi gesund war die selberte Nächte. Jetzt mein ich es selber dich, her mit dir.
Kula, kula, biachad! La, 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 la.
אותו דבר, עכשיו זה ברצינות, מבטיח לך.
אם לפעמים קורים דברים מעט קשים ואין עוד כוח, אל תיבהל, תתבונן. וואי, איי, 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 יש כאן אחד יחיד ומיוחד, תמיד שומע, כל כך אוהב, מכל הלב, ואפילו במקום הכי נמוך בעולם הוא קיים, ואפילו במקום הכי שפל שיש הוא מחייב כולם, כי אין מקום פנוי ממני ואין שום דבר שנעלם, כל כך מושלם ממלך, מלך העולם, מלך העולם, מלך העולם, מלך העולם, כי
steht am Mula, sagt, was macht dich schwach, seht euch schwerlich. Der schreckt sich nicht, nur tracht daran. Sie du einer, wo's will dir helfen, nicht gut ehrlich. Ärgert dich nicht, nur mit dir sein. In a viele West ist finstering und niedrig ist auch dort mit dir. In a viele Wärme fällt dir Fall, ist noch halbig du auf dem Team. Was nicht du a Platz und nicht du a Platz wie ist nicht ganz mit Glanz. Der König von der Welt, 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 Melech HaOlam, Melech HaOlam, Melech HaOlam, Melech HaOlam, Melech HaOlam, Melech HaOlam.
In the past, many of you have approached Rabbi Rosen and Rabbi Fasten and requested the honor of recounting your personal Nisavan of laws. This year, we gave a few London the opportunity to present their story right here at the Siyum. Please welcome Rabbi Yoni Mendlowitz.
My name is Yoni Menlowitz, but I'm speaking in the name of so many others whose stories I'm privileged to tell. Before I had ever heard of the Shas-a-Thon, my Chavrusa Mailach and I were part of a group of friends who took on an extra learning seder as a zechus for our close friend who was waiting many long years for the blessing of children. 17 months later, our friend celebrated the birth of his twin daughters, and we felt we had been given a glimpse of Hashem's ultimate kindness. Later that year, my brother-in-law Dovi Steinberg participated in the Shas-a-Thon. Knowing how powerful the Korach HaTorah is, I watched with much kinas sofrim and followed in his footsteps. The next Shas-a-Thon, scheduled for Chof Gimel Shvat, coincided with my 10th anniversary and with the birthday of one of my daughters. It just felt right to thank Hashem by joining an event that seeks to give others those very same brachos. How chilling and heartbreaking it was to hear the speaker mention that his 10th anniversary was that night, Chof Daled Shvat, though for him it wasn't marked by celebration. Rather, it was marked by 10 years of tears, tefillos, and unfulfilled dreams. I dedicated my learning to a classmate who had gotten married the same time as I did, but was still waiting for children. Exactly 9 months later, on Chaf Gimel Cheshvan, I got a jubilant telephone call informing me that this classmate had just become a father for the first time. I was speechless with joy and immensely grateful that Hashem so clearly showed us the power of Torah, the power of Achdus, and the power of Torah D'Rabim. As a side note, both friends are here as Lomdim, passing on the gift to others. Many stories followed on the heels of the first two, all bearing strong and inspiring testimony to Hashem's endless goodness. But if I can end with this, a few years later, my Chavrusa Mailach told my classmate's father-in-law about the Shas-a-Thon and this story. And his father-in-law, with the biggest smile, just kept exclaiming over and over again, Mi ka'amcha Yisrael. Mi ka'amcha Yisrael. I can't believe what Yidden do for one another. On behalf of hundreds of couples, thank you to all of you who have shown you care, to every donor who partnered with us, and to every Lomaid who participated in this Kiddush Shem Shemayim. But most of all, thank you, Hashem, in your ultimate kindness for answering the tefillas of so many couples. And Hashem, this year, please answer the tefillas of every ATIME couple. Thank you.
My name is Chanech Sofer. I'm from Far Rockaway. When we talk about numbers, years, it's good to put it into perspective. 5 years means that your younger brother is making an upsharing before you have a child. Classmates and friends are talking about kindergarten and school for the next year while you are still waiting. 10 years. Your brother-in-law, who had just become bar mitzvah by your wedding, already has a family. Your niece, who was in 4th grade, is now a mother of a baby, while your house is quiet, so quiet. The entire time ATIME was with us, at our side, being in Eretz Yisrael was not an obstacle for them to offer their invaluable guidance and support. They were always there throughout this journey of many painful unknowns while we were holding on to the delicate dreams. B'chazdei Hashem, 4.5 years ago, after 10.5 years of marriage, we were zeicha to have our Shoshana Rus born in Yerushalayim. Oidcha al kinoira ois neflesi, nefloim masecha, v'nafshi oidas moed. I stand here so grateful to the Rabbanu Shalom for all the chasodim that he has given us and the priceless gifts. While we all daven together, that all of us are zeicha to our own personal Yeshuas. Aviyas Goyal Tzedek Meir Menu Amen.
Thank you to all the fans. If I were asked to introduce myself in one sentence, I could take the simple route and say, "Hi, I'm Jacob Rubenstein, father of 3 beautiful girls." Or, thank you, I could take the longer path and share the rain and sunshine inherently interwoven in that sentence. My wife, Michelle, and I were blessed with 2 daughters in quick succession. After that, we met the monster of secondary infertility. The pain my wife endured was indescribable. Almost nightly, she cried, felt both hopeless and helpless. Our Rav suggested that we get in touch with ATIME, and the help they offered was simply life-transforming. It wasn't long before we were once again bearers of good news. We looked forward to our upcoming Simcha, and even allowed ourselves to discuss names for our soon-to-be-born princess. When we sat down to have the conversation, Michelle was not a fan of any of the names that I chose, and I didn't like the names that she chose. Then Michelle quickly hinted at the name Eliana, and it just felt so right. 1 month after that seemingly lighthearted conversation, Michelle started acting a bit out of sorts. The diagnosis wasn't long in coming. My wife, Michelle, had a terminal brain tumor. There was no treatment option, no hopes for recovery. Time was running out, slipping through our fingers with every passing moment. Michelle could no longer communicate, but I tried to figure out from the responses she could provide whether the name Eliana was still acceptable to her. It was just a few weeks after the horrifying diagnosis that our baby had to be delivered via emergency surgery. Still, I tried to get an answer from Michelle. 2 days later, when Michelle held our little girl, I asked her if she wanted to name her Eliana, and Michelle nodded. At the Kiddush and Shul that Shabbos, I was struck by the depth and irony of the definition of our daughter's name. Eliana, Kiliana, God has answered me. It wasn't an answer that I chose. It wasn't something that I asked for. Michelle, alav shalom, left us just a month later, a family consisting of just a father and 3 children. But even amidst the pain and horror, Hashem had helped us through organizations like ATIME to send us the ultimate beautiful gift. The clouds were lined with magnificent silver blessings. Eliana is 6 years old today. She's a happy, healthy little girl who loves life and could be called a child prodigy. She brings me so much joy, as I'm sure she brings for her mother, who is watching her with so much love from afar. Keliana, Hashem has answered me with this gift of another precious neshama in my life, who brings me joy every single day, no matter what is happening on a daily basis. And for that, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I am eternally grateful. Thank you, ATIME, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu for making ATIME your shliach in this unbelievable story.
The hour is late. Try to keep this short. My name is Eli Hofstetter, and I want to share a fascinating story with you. I don't need to remind anyone here about the first few weeks of COVID-19. It was a huge crisis, and I felt like I had to do something, anything, to help so many Yidden who had been affected physically and financially. On April 20th, 2020, I created a Chesed Fund campaign. I titled it Kol Yisrael Echad. It was a 1-week campaign, and at the end of that week, it had raised several $1,000s. Just 1 day after the campaign ended, on April 28th, I went out on a first date with an incredible girl who would eventually become my wife. On that day, I obviously had no idea that we would find ourselves standing under the chuppah several months later. Little did I know that at that very moment, when I was going out of my way to do chesed for others, Hashem was pulling strings to do the ultimate chesed with me. So many incidents occur in our daily lives, and for the most part, we're completely unaware of how the dots connect. We don't see the tremendous chesed and hashgacha that guide us and protect us. But Hashem knows. He scatters the dots with a precise plan and connects them for us in the most fascinating ways. I shared my story today to remind ourselves how much good Hashem does for us, whether we realize it or not. And to join me right now as I thank Hashem for the beautiful gift that I received. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Shia Masquith, and I'm both honored and humbled to address you at this inspiring event. I'm so grateful to the event planners who put this all together and to the alumdom who made this all possible. Why am I here today? The answer takes us back 14 years when we were a young couple with big dreams and bigger expectations, and we knew that a year after marriage that we would move on the next part of the program. In other words, we'll become parents. But Hashem had other plans for us. We became members of this ATIME family, and the loneliness we have felt was replaced with a warm family feeling. We weren't alone. There was someone, or rather many someones, holding our hand. We attended the Shas-a-Thon, the Malkas, and the many workshops. Approximately 7 years ago, we were looking forward to sharing our good news when the doctors told us at a routine visit that our baby would not have a chance of survival. Many hospitalizations, and a few months later, we welcomed our Yosef Shalom. His short life of 8 months taught us that Hashem is the one who gives and takes and that He knows how much ATIME did for us and how they would play into the role of pushing us forward. Keep believing that there's some good in this world. I'll be honest with you, it was hard, very hard. Everyone was just moving along while we felt stuck in place. 7 years ago, I signed up as a lawyer, and I didn't expect any payback. I joined because I so badly wanted others to have that which my wife and I so desperately hoped to receive. 2 years ago, our deepest dreams were realized when we welcomed a new addition to our family, a baby girl, who lights up our life and fills our home with laughter. Recently, Hashem gifted us with another tremendous bracha, a healthy baby boy. Join the family, Baruch Hashem. We can't understand Hashem's plans, but I feel that the zchus of Torah and caring that prevails at the Shas-a-Thon have brought us so much blessing. Is there any more appropriate time and place to call out my gratitude? Oid Hashem b'oivim b'tzachra ma'areni. Mazel tov and thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Levi Zupnik. I need to apologize to all Yiddish-speaking Olam. My Yiddish is a bissel schwigger. About 17 years ago, HaKadosh Baruch Hu informed us that we're going on a journey. The journey, He didn't tell us when the end is going to come. He didn't tell us how to get there. We had one determination. We're going to be b'simcha, and we're going to smile the entire time. And that simcha and that smile that was on my face and on our faces the entire time was solely due to Rabbi Rosen and the entire ATIME staff for being with us the entire time. That smile that stayed there for almost 7 years till our son is born has only grown and increased, as yesterday we celebrated the Shabbos Bar Mitzvah Kiddush of our Bechor. I can't thank the Rebbeinu Shalom enough, and I'm taking this opportunity to Rabbi Rosen for all the chizuk, and your wife, and Vivian, and the entire ATIME staff, and all my dear friends for everything you did. We should all share in simchas together. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chesky Blau. So after nearly 3 decades with this wonderful organization, I should really introduce myself as Chesky Blau from ATIME. We got involved with ATIME over 25 years ago, when ATIME was still in its infancy, when my wife was a librarian for ATIME before the internet, and also volunteering on the helpline. And to see what ATIME has grown over the years is just amazing. We were married for more than 5 years. We were recommended to go to a big professor in Manhattan. We had waited 3 months to meet this renowned Manhattan specialist, and we pinned our hopes on his expertise. He looked at our file, he cleared his throat, and then he looked me straight in the eye and said, "You have 2 options. Either you can adopt, or maybe think of living child-free." My wife looked right back at him and retorted, "After we waited 3 months for this appointment, is that all you could come up with?" We walked out feeling that this was the end of our hopes, the end of our dreams. I don't wish on anyone the feeling we felt after walking out from that office. But Hashem had other plans. And with the support and guidance of Rabbi Rosen and his wife and the entire ATIME family, and of course with the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we zeichet a beautiful girl who was eventually granted several more siblings. It's 21 years since our daughter turned us into a tati and mami, and last week she once again gave us new titles. Our first Einikel transformed us into grandparents. And we thank Hashem every moment of every day for gifting us with such beautiful titles. That Professor Manhattan rendered us speechless. But now, more than 2 decades later, I have the perfect comeback to his devastating verdict. Hashem is boss. Thank you.
Aha
call upon an exceptional Lomaid whom we hold in great esteem. He has earned distinction for his love and commitment to Chesed, his emistic character, and his willingness to go above and beyond for Shas-a-Thon. It is with great pleasure that we raise our coasts to be machabed a very special Lomaid with the schus of Birchas Hamazon. Please welcome Avram Moshe Wolfson. May Hashem bench Avram Moshe and his wife Chana with bracha, hatzlacha, and many Yiddish simchas. Harav Chaim Kanievsky Shlita, as well as the Baba David, Harav David Abu Chatzera, held this becher that we will be using tonight for benching just this past week, and sent a special bracha for Avram Moshe.
Shima doi doi, yo 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 yo.
Sai, Mervelin Benchen. Yehishe Madinoi Mivayrach Me'ataviram. Birshus, or a number of Rabbi Sai, Birshus, Abimori, Marichami, or a number of Rabbi Sai, Nivarech Aleinu, Shacham Mishalai. Baruch Aleinu, Shacham Mishalai, Tvechayinu. Baruch atah Adonai hazones hakol. Baruch atah Adonai al haaretz v'al hamazayin. Baruch atah Adonai b'nei berachamav Yishalayim amen. Baruch atah Adonai b'chaylam alavim malkeinu d'reinu b'reinu k'aleinu etzenu reinu Yisrael malchantayim amidach kol shebachayim v'yayim v'yidam v'yidam lanu lanu chen el chaz l'rachim v'chazal v'ratzach v'bracha v'shon ha'cham v'anizach ha'gol ha'rachim v'chaim shalom kol tov mikol tov li'olam ha'yichasreinu. Here's the name of the job game after the real. I don't think they come across the mistake of that much. Early watching Adonai Islam might and Adonai Barak is my best shalom. Baruch atah Adonai Melchaylam, Bayrei Priya Gofen.
גשרצה כל העולם גשרצה בהיקר שבכל מצב שהוא אבא איתי דע לך בני 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 שבכל מצב שהוא אבא איתי אפילו בזין שפרי דיבה שבכל מצב שהוא אבא איתי דע לך בני 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 שבכל מצב שהוא אבא איתי אפילו בזין שפרי דיבה צדיק והקדוש ברוך הוא נותן לי עצת הרמך ואז יהיו כל ישראל צדיקים יהיו כל ישראל צדיקים ואז יהיו כל ישראל צדיקים והקדוש ברוך הוא נותן לי עצת הרמך ואז יהיו כל ישראל צדיקים יהיו כל ישראל צדיקים וללימוד וללימוד בדרך ארץ ולמקרא ולמשנה וללימוד בדרך ארץ ולעשות רצון אביהם שבשמיים איזה יופי, איזה יופי, איזה יופי, וואו. שמס. אני רואה מאוד זקן ושבעים ראיתי כבר רוחות הזמן ורעמים אתה לקטן מתנוער בטוח בטוח בעצמו הכל יודע קח איתך צדה לדרך את ניסיון אל תזלזל אולי זה כל מה שיש לי כי יש ימים יפים הכל פורח ויש שעות קשות הכל בורח שירות תחזיק חזק על הקטן שלי כי לא תמיד הכל בחוץ בריא ברוח סער בסופה קרה תזכור ותתחזק חזק על הקטן שלי אוי ולא תמיד הכל נכון הכל מובן חיים זה לא שיעור חשבון זה גם מבחן עכשיו לקטן הכל רגוע אך מרחוק אולי ענן טוב מגיע קח איתך צדה לדרך את ניסיוני חצי הכוס היא מלאה תזכור תמיד
חזק על הקטן שלי
הכפיים שלכם לפריילך. הוא אוהב אותה, הוא אבא של כולם. במלחמות, במסדרות, הוא אבא שלי, מלך העולם. אוי אבא, 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 מלך העולם. מלך, 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 אבא של כולם. שוב ושוב אתה בונה, רק אליך עוד בונה, אבא, אוי תודה. אבא, 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 מלך העולם. מלך, 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 אבא של כולם. שוב ושוב, רק אליך עוד בונה, אבא, אוי תודה.
שומר עלינו, הוא אוהב אותנו, הוא אבא של כולם.
במסדרות,
שומר עלינו במסגרות, הוא שם איתנו, אבא שלי, מלך העולם.
אתם שרים חסר, היי אבא. מלך. אוי אבא, 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 מלך העולם. מלך, 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 אבא של כולם. שוב ושוב, רק אליך עוד בורח אבא. שירי אברום לפריד. הוא התעניין, אמר רבי שמואל, אוי בן אלישע, קצת יידיש, אוהבים מגלם. עוד גזרתי לי הליגה רבי שמואל, בן אלישע. פעם אחת נכנסתי, נהגתי כדויגת לפני ולפני. עכשיו קצת ספרדי. וראיתי הקתדיקה כל שהוא יושב על כיסא רם ונישא ואמר לי ישמע לבני ישמע אל בני ישמור בני
did da da la 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 my love did da did da la did da da la 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 did da da la 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 my love did da
hey tama 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 lecho nafshi koma 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 lecho nesori hey tama 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 lecho nafshi koma 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 lecho nesori
hoydo zadoy shul Bechadish Shabbos mevorach sheviye Keila hoydo zadoy shul Bechadish Shabbos mevorach sheviye Keila hoydo zadoy עשית כבר את זה? בechadish Shabbos mevorach sheviye Keila hoydo zadoy shul Bechadish Shabbos mevorach sheviye
גבירותיי ורבותיי, איפה מחיאות כפיים שלכם מפריע לך? איזה להקה נפלאה, ענקית, הכי טובה בעולם, ליבה שמלצר.
היי מסור, מקהלת שירה.
מקהלת שירה, וואו וואו וואו, תודה רבה לכם, שנתראה תמיד בשמחות, ושיהיה ניסים ונפלאות, תודה רבה.
היי מסור, היי מסור. תודה רבה שהגעת. אני רוצה להמשיך את החברותא שלי 5 דקות כל יום, אני ואתה לומדים למדנו בגמורה עניין של קוינס. ובוא מציע, נהיה בייס. כתוב שם משהו על קוינס. אנחנו צריכים ללמוד.
בעזרת השם. תודה רבה. שס-a-thon, כל הכבוד.